All right, good evening. Yeah, I was like frantically shoving pie into my face there. I'm a slow eater. I was trying to get done before the countdown finished. Pie. My aunt makes some really good lemon meringue pie sometimes on the holidays, and she made some for Christmas. Sent a bit home for her. Yeah, sent a bit home with us. I love that stuff. Lemon meringue is my favorite. I hope you all had a good holiday. Hope you had a good Christmas there, or whatever you celebrate. Ah, yes. And then today, time to grab your eggnog or milk and cookies. I should have the. Here, let me switch my avatar for this especially. There we go. Now we eat cookies. I should like put a glass of milk there with them. I don't have a milk sprite. Sad. But anyway, we should be getting to the end of Umineko chapter 1, episode 1, whatever, today. And I checked. Thankfully, I did remember to save. I thought I did, but I was worried there for a bit. I was like, wait, did I save? I think I did, but I'm not sure. Sure, like, yes. Yeah, we're gonna flip the chessboard so many times, it turns into a helicopter. Oh, the wind. Yep, right, there we go. Thank you for noting that. Hey there, Umai. How do I pronounce that? Umai Susa? From November 14th? Oh, yeah, I do one day every week. I do every Monday. Is Umineko Day. So it's gonna take us a while to get through this, but I figured it'd be something nice to chill on Mondays, just read some Umineko VN. Lovely bedtime story. Where nothing bad ever happens to the Ushiromias. So yeah, this is gonna be an ongoing thing. I pretty much have a weekly schedule now. So like, Monday is Umineko, and then Tuesday, Thursday is going to be Dragon's Dogma until I finish that. And then Friday is Lobotomy Corporation, and when that's done, it's going to be Library of Ruina. I feel professional now. Oh yeah, and you can't forget Sundays. Didn't have a stream on this Sunday, but Sundays is for free-to-play games. Anybody can join in. But yeah, I have a whole schedule filled out. Hog. Okay, so let's see. Last time, around this point, Cannon died in the boiler room after trying to kill the witch. The witch killed him. Wait, what year was this in? I don't know. I think it's 1900s. Sometime in the 1900s. In 1900s Japan, you no kill witch. Witch kill you. And then they found Kinzo's body in the boiler room. Being lit on fire in the boiler. Then they're all freaked out, so they decided to hide in Kinzo's study. Okay, we got Natsume. What were we discussing? Oh right, the letter. They picked up the letter, they haven't opened it yet, and I guess they're about to open the letter.
まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Yes, I still haven't opened it. Let's give it a try. Aunt Natsui took out that Western envelope. Genji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Natsui also seemed to realize that, but she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と
What does it say?
不愉快な一文があります。私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
There is one unpleasant sentence. It must be trying to provoke us. Natsui, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。なんだよこれ。うせえぜ。
Praise my name. What the hell? It's annoying. Also, I heard a little sound. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I got that in the clues section or whatever. The witch's letter 2. Praise my name.
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
Probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor. Damn it.
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
I'll bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
It wasn't a magic circle. My expectations haven't been betrayed.
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
What could it mean? I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
That seems reasonable. With this letter, we now know that the author of last night's letter is the culprit. I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
Oh, I don't know what's going on anymore. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiromiya family.
昨日の手紙の言う通りなら、ベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant. Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことは、じい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか。
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather. Could you tell us?
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
For a long time, I've purposefully avoided this topic. But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so. Genji, tell us everything you know. Genji-san didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge? Or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had been long deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut. And it wasn't like we believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep it. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence.
Otou-samaの愛人ですか?
Was she father's concubine? His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective, it's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。浮気相手がいるってな。俺はてっきりそれはじい様の想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
Maybe. When grandmother was alive, I hear she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch.
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじい様に仕えてたって。
Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished.
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27, otherwise known as 1952.
ってことは、ベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago.
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge? Huh, I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery.
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。 どうですか、源氏。
It's a filthy topic, but the easiest line of reasoning to accept. What do you think, Genji?
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
The master surely had feelings of deep love for her. There can be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。そして今はどうしてるんだ。
Who is this person called Beatrice? And what's she doing now?
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed.
すでに死んでいる？
He's already dead.
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として、黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
Yes, the master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss, and he devoted himself to the art of black magic as a means to revive her. The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart. It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms, as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Brother, may I have some lamp? We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
The master only told me about Beatrice Sama's story once, when he was very drunk. Although I have forgotten the details, it was a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous.
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
When Kinzo succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family, his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders.
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family?
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
That is correct. Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family, and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility. I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met her.
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research, isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
I had it all wrong, Genji-san.
何をでしょうか。
What do you mean by that?
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を盲信するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。違ったんだな。
I've always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobby. But that's not how it was, right? No, that's pretty much it. No. By acting as though Beatrice's soul had at least been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch. She's in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, and had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rakunjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I feel like that's not the case and they're just assuming, but I don't know.
私はお父様の前で魔女を否定する話を何度か口にした覚えがあります。今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions. Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him. That's interesting. I didn't think Natsuki would go against Kinzo in anything. I mean, unless it was like life-threatening or something. And at the end, Kinzo still acknowledged her. Even though he pretty much hates everyone, he still acknowledged Natsuki, even though Natsuki apparently denied the witch's existence multiple times in front of him. Interesting.
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
Right now, I can understand very well. If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic, I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching.
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too. She sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。会うことができるって。
Beatrice has said it. Very soon she will be able to revive people. You'll be able to meet them, she said. And then Maria just ruins everything. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the Promised Land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Hey there, Otavio. You know, I was wondering, am I supposed to pronounce your name Otavio, and it's like Otavio AU 100? So that's separate from the first part, or? I'll be honest, your name has been puzzling me for a while. Also, hope you had a good Christmas or whatever you celebrate, if you celebrate anything. Otavio is the name, yeah. Okay. I feel smart. Yeah, so we just read the letter here, and they were talking about Kinzo, and now they're all being sad about, they think Kinzo was just trying to resurrect Beatrice, and it's a very sad thing. He's just a pitiful guy. It was pretty good. Hope yours was good too. Yeah, glad to hear it. Mine was pretty good. I went to visit aunt and uncle, and we hung out, had some lunch, and just chilled. It was a good Christmas. Saw a bit of last week's VOD. Felt very nostalgic revisiting this. Yeah. Get some of that nostalgia. I feel like nostalgia hits the most at the end of the year. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense. It is the end of the year and the start of a new one. But yeah, so this is like the perfect time to be going through this. Wait, did I read that last part? Yeah, I read that. About 3.5 years since you read it. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just, I think that's about just the right amount of time to sort of forget about something and then want to revisit it. Yeah. At least maybe for me. I think you said last time that, you've actually gone through this a few times, didn't you? Like, I think you said you've gone through the Umineko VN, what was it, 3 times? So did you first read it when it first came out? Curious. First on your own and then watching Let's Plays? Yeah. Starting middle of 2019. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I haven't really been that interested in visual novels. This has been the first one that really stood out to me. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but this came to mind. I think the game's a fair bit older. Yeah, I think... Well, didn't it... I think it might have been started in the 2000s. I want to say 2007. I don't know. Have I watched or read Higurashi? I did not. I know of it, but I have not watched it or read it. Maybe I'll get to that at some point. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be focusing on this one for quite a while. But who knows? Maybe that'll be the next one. Or I heard... Well, I heard a while back there's like some kind of... Was it like either steampunk or cyberpunk setting novel or visual novel by the same person? I haven't really heard much about that. Think this game spoils a bit of Higurashi? Ah. Oh well. If it does, so be it. Never read Higurashi either, so you're not completely sure. Yeah. Well, there might be like some little details that give hints towards Higurashi, I don't know. I doubt they would just spoil something straight out. You know, there's a lot to go through. Just, I don't know if I'd remember it once I actually get to Higurashi. Played Zakonia when it came out, but only episode 1, and it answers nothing. Or, but only one episode, and it answers nothing. Is that the name of the new one? Zakonia... When They Cry... Yeah, oh, yeah, release 2019, phase 1. Oh, yeah, it says phase 1, so... Then there's definitely got to be more. I don't know, how did you enjoy it? Was it good? I mean, for the one episode that they have. I mean, I think I could say that just by seeing Umineko episode 1, it seems like a good visual novel. I guess one episode would, if it's as long as Umineko, I would think you could sort of tell how it's going to be. Prefer Umineko kind of a lot more. I think the narrative of Zakonia was less of a full story. Ah, okay. It's sort of... Sort of like leaves out important details and then fills them in later, maybe. Played through Umineko all at once, so probably biased on that one point, or on that point. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, let's see. Umineko release date. Or Umineko episode 1 release date. Yeah. Episode 1 of Umineko was released, it says August 17th, 2007 at Comiket 72. Yeah, Yeah, so it'll probably take a while for the next few episodes to come out. It feels weird to read a visual novel like that. Maybe just because it's a digital thing and you think, well, why can't I have it all at once? But yeah, I guess I don't really read or see stuff that comes out after long periods much anymore. Like, I read the Aragon series, got the books as they came out, and then Harry Potter, I read those as they came out. So I was sort of used to waiting at that point, but now I'm not used to waiting anymore. It would feel weird if I had to do that. Umineko was finished in 2010. Kind of scared because there's nothing of news after 2019 that you saw. And that's when, okay, Umineko was finished in 2010, so a bit more than 3 years. Oh. Yeah, I didn't realize Umineko was finished that soon. Yeah, that is a bit worrying then. Well, wait. The voiceover. I know they were working on something with, like, a voiceover. Maybe it was an English voiceover. Yeah, I guess they're still working on that. For Umineko. And that started around... maybe that was 2019, so maybe they've been working on that more. I heard that came to a pause for some reason. They were having trouble with stuff. And again, I'm not sure who does what. I'm not sure if that was a separate thing. There was an Umineko crossover in the Higurashi gacha game recently. Wait, they have a gacha game? What? Oh, the writer Ryukishi 7 is involved in one of the new Silent Hill games. Oh. Huh. You know, I probably shouldn't be surprised they have a gacha game for this. They have gacha games for everything in Japan. They don't come to the West as much, but gacha games are very popular in Japan. Yeah, that's the first time I'm hearing of this having a gacha game. Or Higurashi. Don't pay too much attention to Higurashi though. Yeah, in the anime circles that I stick around in, not many people mention Higurashi, but they've mentioned Umineko multiple times, and that's sort of how I got into this, or got interested in it. Been reading this text box for a while. It's a very nice text box. Definitely not looking at anything other than the text box. Sorry for the tangents, no problem. I mean, if it goes on too long, I'll stop it, but I mean, it's about the VN itself, so as long as we stay relatively on topic, we're all good. Now, if we talk about something else entirely, then I might stop it a little earlier. But yeah, you're all good. I appreciate that. It's always neat to learn some of the background stuff. But anyway, I hear a giant, "Get on with it!" And I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
Did she say that? The Beatrice who gave you the letter?
信じないよね。
You don't believe me, do you?
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら俺も信じたぜ。
If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy. I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived. In that case, I believe. If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I'll believe too.
バトラー。
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
When you love a single woman for so long, the people around you catch on to it, and it becomes the truth. Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings. But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic.
気遣いじゃないよ。本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
It isn't just being polite. It really is magic. She's a witch. Looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の達成があります。
If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love, it did leave mother in an awkward position.
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気。綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
I agree. Cheating is cheating. No way to make it pretty.
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
Yeah, that's right. Gotta feel sorry for grandmother.
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The key word Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
No, I have not heard of anything like that.
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
There was one, a memento of his most beloved person. He surely would have given them all of his affection. Since he ended up immersing himself in that black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child.
そういえば、こんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ？じい様が福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard. You know it, right? That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called the Fukuen House?
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father.
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
Tell us, Aunt Natsuhi. I think even you'd agree that this is no time to hide things from each other.
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
It's a worthless story. Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had the orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job experience. The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using those orphans for some filthy hobby.
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic. And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time. Though I half believed it myself.
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは
And these servants who came from the Fukuen house are...
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
There are several of them, but Shannon and Cannon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. Resurrect Beatrice, who brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices?
確かにじい様が使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじい様には妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
After all, everyone grandfather selected as a servant was young, about the same age as Shannon or Cannon-kun. I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby.
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
Jessica, mind your words. Is it really not to me? He was just truthfully saying how she felt. When Aunt Natsui scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in the smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold.
生贄だ。
Ah, sacrifices here.
なんだよバトラ。急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
What the hell, Battler? You're creeping me out.
生贄を6人。
6 sacrifices. Ah! Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. It's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
Ah, there's no doubt. 6 people died in the beginning. And even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
おお、私は最初からそう言ってる。
I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right. Maria said it at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. The ooh, yeah. He's still not stopping with the ooh. Ooh, the culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold. It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something. After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths.
確かにざっと読むだけでも6たす2たす5で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
It sure does. Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5, 13 people who must die.
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
How many people are normally on this island?
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が2、3人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
Needed 10 deaths to get this connection? Shaking my head. Yeah. I mean, like, they all read the epitaph and then they read the letter. I am sort of amazed that it took this long to put it together. They are very smart. They the smartest. It changes depending on the number, or on the shifts for the servants. But there's father, my husband, Jessica, and me, and 2 or 3 servants. Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there aren't normally that many.
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。いや違うぜ。じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
Which means that normally, there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony. No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony.
つまりなんだよ。生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議を、この儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
So what does this mean? He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices, and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather? Isn't now the only time of the year this ceremony could be held? Yeah, you still feeling bad for Kinzo trying to resurrect his dead lover? Because I'm not. When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if the coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes, when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 sixes, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。
I will win the lottery when I buy this ticket. Cope.
そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力をもって具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
Magic works the same way. You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result. Then, the feelings from all those stored-up prayers gain magical power and become incarnate. The magic that Grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. The key randomly selected sacrifices in a lottery. So, to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony.
バカバカしい。
Bakabakashi.
これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか？
Ridiculous. Are you saying this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony for some bizarre magic? Natsu yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed, mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible. Impossible. Impossible.
だが夏日さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後もなぞっとる。
But Natsui-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close. Could this be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama?
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第3の晩の言葉を手紙に書きその場に残したんだからね。
Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion. And after the culprit killed them, they left the words from the third twilight in a letter there.
そうだな。第2の晩を実行し第3の晩をその場に残した。第3の晩はまさにさっき夏代おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
That's right. After carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place. Third twilight was just like Aunt Natsui just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. Ah, if you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Anaki's parents were killed with those demons' ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じい様だ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたからそっちに目が行っちまって気づかなかったが、じい様も眉間に、いや、頭をえぐられてた。
That's grandfather. He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice. But his forehead... No, his head had been gouged.
じい様が第4の晩の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は。
Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight? Then Canon-kun was...
第5の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う。誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. We thought Canon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit. But that's wrong. From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out alone and drive something through their chest.
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、また3人が死ななければならないというのですか？
If the culprit has followed the epitaph this far, does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
Yes, you could read it that way.
いや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。見てみろよ。
Well, I wonder about that. After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight. Take a look. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice.
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じい様は何が持ってきたったんだ。この儀式じゃじい様自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
I don't get it. Wouldn't that mean everyone dies no matter how many people there are? What was grandfather after? Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too, no matter what? Yeah, and that's the part I'm stuck on too.
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
It's okay if no one's left alive. On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at Journey's End, you shall attain the power... You shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじい様は死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying. Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures.
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。 つまりおじい様は自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died part way through the ceremony? Yeah, but the thing is, the gifts shall be given to the wise. So who exactly is the wise?
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
Ridiculous. That's insane. When you die, it's all over, right? The dead don't come back to life. Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after for thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished? So, is this what it means? Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife, where they'll be restored?
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、老い先短いじい様が恋に狂っての自殺まがい、いや壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
What you're saying now is right. Would that mean that grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide? No, a massive forced group suicide?
ケンジ、その可能性は考えられるのですか？
Genji, is such a thing possible?
わかりません。親方様は時に千年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
I don't know. The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future. However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself.
それってイエスって意味だよな。熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
Okay, should we take that for a yes? What do you say, Kumasawa-san?
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
I don't know anything. That's right, I don't know. Do you think I'd be on this island today if I did know? I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off. That's right.
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years.
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people. I've even felt a sort of inhuman power from him at times. Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph.
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
All we can say is that even if Father did write down the script, someone else is carrying it out.
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Canon-kun. Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes just as the epitaph says.
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about. What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and had approved the contents of this letter, or of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, and if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
なんだって？
Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had just been eating, or had been eating, just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there, but so what? What in the... And Natsuki let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table, as the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table?
なんだよ、どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
今見たら置いてあった。うん。
Just now I looked and it was lying there.
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
I don't know anything. Anything. I gotta say, hearing Maria say a normal sounding, or she was just like, it felt so weird to hear that. It said it in a normal tone of voice.
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
This isn't funny. There's only 8 of us here. There's no way some 9th person snuck in. There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Ooze unenthusiastically. Ooh. Ooh.
全員下がりなさい。
Oh, good lord, she's gone crazy.
壁へ下がりなさい。
Get back, all of you! Back against the wall! And Natsuhi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Started flashbacks to all the ooze as soon as you heard the first one. Yeah. I wonder, you know, I bet somebody has done it, but I wonder if somebody like made a song with all the oohs that Maria does. A massive shitpost of a song. Ooh, I like this music. Genyu-san was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsui had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Among us?
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
Adler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside.
Oh.
Sure. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as-yet unopened envelope. An unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。
Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph?
すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。
As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining.
どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てくださいませ。
Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes.
このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。
This game can only end with my victory or yours.
時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。
When time runs out, I will win by default.
引き分けはありません。
There will be no ties.
そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation.
って内容だぜ。
That's what it says.
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが、疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
It isn't clear who put this letter there. However, I have been able to narrow down the list of suspects. It's you all. Amazing. 5-head move. Oh my.
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
Madam, that's just too horrible.
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。
Like, when she says all of them, and like the people that she told to back up against the wall, I'm not too clear on that part. Is she saying everyone other than her? Or is she saying all the servants? It wasn't very clear on that part. I sort of feel like she just means the servants. But it could just be everybody. Then again, it probably wouldn't be everybody because she wouldn't point a gun at her own daughter. And Natsui seems to have reached her breaking point. Indeed.
その時、このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。
Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here. At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter here. There. Everywhere.
そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前に行った。
Okay, here we go. Confirmation.
そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Badler-kun were already in front of the portrait. And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared. So the person who set that letter down is one of you four. Beatrice is here.
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。
Oh wait, Maria's... Okay, so Maria is one of the suspects.
ベアトリーチェはいる
She fared remarkably well to reach here, though. Yeah, she did. I mean, Natsuhi... I don't know. Yeah, she does seem a little weak mentally. But I guess she just got really bolstered by Kinzo telling her that she was part of the family, or acknowledging her. And she's just been sort of carrying on with that mentality. Perhaps it's all, well, I was gonna say, perhaps it's all crumbling down because they're putting doubt onto Kinzo himself. But, I mean, I'd say this is a decent breaking point. I mean, if a letter from the killer shows up right next to you, and you're in a locked room with only a certain amount of people, and I think just about anybody would go crazy about that. We aren't Beatrice. Beatrice exists.
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。しかし、確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you, but without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit.
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
That's right. There can't be a 19th person. There's no way witches exist. Even when Cannon-kun was killed. Yeah, that could be explained if Kumasawa-san was the one who did it. The truth is that Kumasawa-san entered the boiler room with Cannon-kun and killed him. And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there. Jessica, I sympathize, but you really think Kumasawa could have taken down Cannon? You think an old woman, a frail old woman like that, could take down a young boy? Hmm.
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
You're making a mistake, milady. Why would I do something like that?
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room. But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi. The only ones who didn't were the servants. But does that really mean it's okay to suspect them?
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Yes. Now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this year, in this decade, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. Can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏井さん、
Royals.
どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
Nazi-san, please calm yourself. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now.
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。
Oh, right, Doc. Yeah, I keep forgetting it. Dr. Nanjo is one of the four as well. Yeah, because other than the kids and Natsui, there's only Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo. Yeah.
ですが、お父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として、長くお父様と共にあられた。ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて、隠しているのではありませんか？
Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious. However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice. Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation?
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
Of course not. Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. Not sure if you know you can open the menu to see everyone's status. Oh? I mean, I know I can do that, but... What do you mean? Oh, just because I was confused there about who's where and what. Right. Good old Goda missing his face. Man. It really sinks in just how many people have died. Look at all those red marks. Didn't know if I knew the street screen existed. Yeah, I'll probably need to refer to it more later on, but I mean, so far I haven't needed to refer to it too much. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Cannon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. And Natsui pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji, あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
Genji, you were father or grandfather's number one subordinate. Was Beatrice an illusion you showed to father, with you as the performer? Didn't he say Beatrice was around before he was? That doesn't really make sense.
そうお疑いいただけるのは、奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということだ。このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。しかし、この手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
Man, Genji being a Chad. If by suspecting me you recognize me as the Master's greatest servant, then I count it as a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. However, I am not the one who put the letter there.
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリアちゃんもです。
Do you expect us to just accept that? You must be the ringleader. Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices. And Maria-chan, too. Not content to suspect just the adults, Aunt Natsu pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria, too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。
Please don't tell me you're gonna ask.
昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
Really? She's not gonna answer any different. Maria-chan, by this point, we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young. So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone's had since last night. Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you the letter? Do you know what the definition of madness is? Is it... Is it this? This is the definition of madness. It was Genji in a dress. Possibly.
Maria, ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
Maria, don't dodge the question. Make it clear. Who gave you that letter? I feel like Maria's about to get shot.
だから何度も言ってるよ。
I don't know, but I feel like she's about to get shot.
ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ。ベアトリーチェが。
Would Natsuki shoot a literal child with a shotgun? Possibly. Well, I mean, is that a shotgun? Because that looks more like a rifle. Then again, like, a shotgun could be a slug, but... Stay tuned to find out, yeah. How many times do I have to tell you? It's Beatrice, the 1,000-year-old golden witch. If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around. See? She's right there. Beatrice is...
バカにしてんのかてめえ！
Don't mess with us, Maria!
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
Enough, Jessica. Maria, too. Don't you understand the situation? What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that? Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。
I don't understand. Who do you all want the culprit to be? You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own. When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you want to believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice.
だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
That's why you can't see her. Beatrice exists. You all can't see her.
黙りなさい！あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
Silence! I don't want to label you as the culprit. There is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making this situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy.
ならどうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者がよみがえる。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
Then what will you do? Shoot me? And then Natsuki shot Maria. And then Pikachu face. Now, I don't mind. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened, and all the dead will be resurrected. Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of.
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。
What are you gonna do? Shoot me? Blam!
一緒になんかいられないよ。
But Mom, she really is suspicious. We can't keep her with us.
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。
But Aunt Natsui, please calm down. There's no reason to shoot Maria. Please remain composed. The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of. Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow. They're scared of the police. Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law. That's only because it's been isolated by this typhoon.
台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
Once the typhoon passes, the law will return. So you mustn't shoot. Copium.
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に犯人がいる。いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm, George Nissan? One of those four is the culprit. No, maybe all four of them are working together. How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents?
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them, but that would be simple barbarism. I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger.
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
I feel the same as George Aniki. Aunt Natsui, get a hold of yourself for a second. Anyway, it'd be bad to shoot. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool," 3 times.
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。
Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist. Not on Rockinjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion.
後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsui, representative of the Ushiromiya family. There's no witch here. I won't accept Beatrice. No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay one finger on my daughter or the rest of them. That's my duty as a mother and as representative to the family. Shiatsuhi. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. Pause, champ. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuki would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo, all of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all of the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Hello? Aunt Natsui didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
Calm yourself, Natsui-san. Still, I understand your feelings well. I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange, repeated incidents. So I understand well why you want to suspect us.
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。ですが、今だけは分かってください。
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude. However, please understand, just this once.
わかった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
Very well. Let's leave the room. What do you say, Genji-san? Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game?
それをお望みでしたら、ぜひ。
If that is what you wish, by all means.
私は嫌ですよ。だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
I don't want to. After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right? I don't want to, madam. Please forgive me. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption, or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuki and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. Well, with Kumasawa in the boiler room, if I remember correctly, when they had just gotten down there, there was the noise of a door being opened in the distance, like somebody was running out of there, or trying to escape or something. I think. So, I mean, it's more likely that whoever that was the suspect than it actually being Kumasawa. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuki from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her. You believe that Beatrice exists, so it'll definitely be okay. I'll watch TV in the parlor. Let's watch it together. It's so boring here without TV. It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went.
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
Well then, Natsui-san, that will be all for tonight. Let us meet again tomorrow.
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。現地頼みます。
Yes. Please understand, at least for tonight. When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness. You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can. Genji, I leave them in your hands.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
It can't be helped then, can it? They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children.
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies. Let us meet again tomorrow. Maria-chan too. Please forgive your cold aunt.
マリアは許す。
I forgive you.
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Madam, the keys to this room. I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuki.
それから 私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took a bundle of keys, he took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire. Treat you like this makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart. Oh no. Genji is literally one day away from retirement. I can't believe Genji's dead. No.
私は親方様よりすでにご恩を受けております。今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやまれませんよ。
I have already received the Master's favor. Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that. Please, do not worry over it.
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。おやすみなさい。
Well then, shall we, everyone? Good night to you all.
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
Good night. Good night to you too, Battler. Why did she especially say good night to Battler?
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
This repels magic, right? Wear it. So he never lost it. Haha.
おバトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
Didn't you say you dropped it?
あん時は、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。お前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it. There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Well then, everyone. Good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then, we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I'd been gripping the whole time, which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, So I'd mistakenly thought that there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with a red ink like blood. Well, too bad you just sent the only person who has any idea what that means away. Just like how every magic circle up till then had been different. This magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon is past, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。もう絶対に。
With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. So he's sucking on a truckload of copium. Some premium grade copium. Even as she said that, Aunt Natsuki couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least, not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. Oh, it's 11:30. Why is the clock so big? Almost midnight. I guess it started at the midnight just before. Yeah, I wonder if there's meaning to a full day. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocents among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another. The worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. And Natsui faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsui, with a dead expression on her face. Every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Canon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know, it's the kind of other thing it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible. Sad. Come to think of it, Canon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい?
You sure are enthusiastic. Did you find anything that might serve as a hint?
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
Not a thing. The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese. Just how many languages could Grandfather read? He's incredible.
バトラ君は眠くないの? 誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
Aren't you tired, Batla-kun? You should take a rest while someone else stays awake. Aunt Natsui said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that. We should take turns sleeping.
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy.
さっきの魔法陣?
You mean that magic circle just now?
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか、面白そうだと思ってよ。
Yeah, we've got plenty of time to kill. I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it.
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
Give it a rest. Mess around with stuff like that, and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird.
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には 霊的才能は活気しなんだとよ。
Don't worry, I've been certified by Maria. He said I've got no spiritual talent at all. Can't be possessed if you don't have talent.
マリア
Five head.
邪険にしすぎたかな。
Were we too cruel to Maria?
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
Jessica, you mustn't think that now.
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら、私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
Mom, if Maria wasn't involved, and there's a culprit beside her, then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer. If she's killed because of this, we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her, snapping at Maria. She's always been like that. Always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。私は、この部屋から追い出せて、清々しています。
I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit, and she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters. I am relieved that we chased them out.
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
That's pretty harsh, Aunt Natsui. Couldn't it just have been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. When Maria was chased out of this room, excuse me, I couldn't deny I'd felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは、すべて私の責任です。だから、あなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
If that is the case, then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did. I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room. This isn't something that the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsui's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアってあんなことばかり言うんだよ。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that? She's bringing about her own ruin.
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
I think the reason Maria-chan adores witches and magic so much might be Aunt Rosa.
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
Rosa? What does she have to do with this?
バドラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
Didn't you realize it too, Battler-kun? Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere a long time ago. Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip.
後宮家では、ローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
Talking about Rosa-san's family has become kind of talking about Rosa-san's family has become kind of a taboo in the Ushiromiya family.
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying, but I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. After all, she sometimes got really emotional and hit Maria-chan.
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
I agree with you there. It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria, which means that she didn't really like her. She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying.
母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars on her young heart. So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in it to bury the holes in her heart. Did you know, Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all. Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook?
ああ、なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yeah, it was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday, when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. Sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic, would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the Witch of Rokkenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart. Throwing out Maria-chan, no, Genji and the rest too, was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. Look, George, I sympathize, but you're not going to make anything better like that. Well, I mean, maybe if they push to go find them again and bring them back, but I don't think he's going to push that hard. He's just he's just saying this to make himself feel better. Like, I tried.
気まずくはあるぜ。
It wasn't pleasant. since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection. Her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら、皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか？
Then how do you all explain that letter? No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us. I made sure of that with my own eyes. If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people? Are we about to start spinning?
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが、全然ダメなんだ。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
That's right. When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious. But it's all useless. It's all useless.
ダメって何がだい？
Useless? What is?
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。
Yeah, we're about to start spinning.
つまり、あの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかしいんだよ。
Right. It might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again. In other words, if one of those 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird? Oh my. Spin!
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。
That's right. Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit?
そうだよ。おかしい。やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて、廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ、自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
You're right. That's weird. If they were going to do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack of the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room.
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことは、リスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。
Yeah, that's it exactly. If the culprit was one of those 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless.
だが、どうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわち、この部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there, if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who is outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter.
よしなさい、バトラ君。今さら些細な問題です。
Enough, Battler-kun. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsui-san quickly guessed what I was getting at. No. Maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。
If the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same as my theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it?
じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がしてまんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord. If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out, and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
Which would mean we fell for the culprit's trap completely and sent out some new potential sacrifices.
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うならこの部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Genji and the rest aren't fools. When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room. They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Aunt Natsui hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsui herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had thrown out. To Aunt Natsui, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？
Hey, Aunt Natsui, let me say something a little harsh, okay? At that time, what if, by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you? You know, I wondered that myself. Would you have chased Jessica from the room too?
確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも、夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。
It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened. But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what. Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it. Not like I'm condemning that.
ただ、ジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなって、そう思ったのさ。
But, I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has.
そうだね。夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
That's right. You've been dealing with these incidents since morning, and you've been pulling all of us along this whole time, without losing your composure. If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now. So I think we all have to thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
バトラたちの言いたいことは マリアの母でもあってほしいって。
So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too?
私マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃって、ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さんお願いだよ。マリアもみんなも私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。
I always thought of Maria as a real little sister and adored her. And yet, a few things happened. We got a little confused. And I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her. Mom, please, let's stay together with Maria. No, everyone. There was no culprit among us. The culprit in this case is the witch, Beatrice, okay? Bogus.
だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
So, let's stop suspecting each other. And Natsui closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again? Or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった。大切な私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
You are my precious daughter. The one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband. I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. Oof. That last sentence that hits hard. That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. The day's been so long. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
見つけた。この魔法陣だ。
I found it. It's this magic circle. Oh boy. What's it gonna be? Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Aniki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the Third Magic Circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Ooh. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
おいおい。マジかよ。
Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
じゃあこの手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。 この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
So, this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except for the 8 of us, right?
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか、その方法は捨ておくぜ。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。
Anyway, let's ignore how they got it in here for now. The culprit was after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out.
だとしたら狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room.
母さん、どうしよう。あの4人が危ない。
Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsui remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we'd chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we'd think of it as an SOS from the ones we'd chased out. But then Aunt Natsui spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなのに。
Why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable.
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら。
Doesn't matter. If that's Maria calling for help.
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話はおそらく。
If the problem with the phones was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is probably... With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. And Natsui hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロ、おばさん、何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsui. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Maria-chan and the rest.
そうだぜ。それに万一犯人からの電話だったらちょうどさ。話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
That's right. And if it actually is a call from the culprit, bring it on. Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. I feel like that's a flag raise.
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
If you don't pick it up, then I will.
私が取ります。もしもし。
I will take it. Hello? I stretch out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsui grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. For a while, Aunt Natsui kept saying, hello? Silent phone call. There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Which means that this phone call possibly really be Natsui stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, as she thought she had heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that? Huh? Is someone singing? There's no way Maria would do something so creepy. You met her, Battler? You know, you bring up a good point.
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
What do you mean, singing?
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。何のことやら。
I don't know. Faintly, from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be.
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Natsui's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first, I didn't hear anything. But because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. I think that's Maria. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. I'm just trying to listen myself because there is a very, very slight sound. That's why I said I think it's Maria. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who had made the phone call... Yeah, it's still there in the background. The one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song from... or far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? I'm gonna bet that somebody died while trying to dial the phone number. Or rather, I'm gonna guess that somebody died at the phone. And Maria's probably like traumatized or something. The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おい、もしもし、誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
Hey, hello? Who is it? Answer me. Is that Maria singing? Answer me. Or, I mean, it could be the culprit. Yeah.
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
What's happening? What is it?
わからねえ。一つ言えることは、多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
I don't know. All I can say is, this is probably a trap. Maria's in trouble. Aunt Natsui took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsui's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
行こう。
Yeah, I mean, unless they said something different earlier, isn't it just like the outside phone doesn't work? Or they couldn't reach the outside? I don't know if anybody tried calling the phones inside the house. I imagine that still might work.
罠かもしれないことは分かってても行かないわけにはいかない。
Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Okay, but do you know where you're going?
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Natsui, stay here. When Anaki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Natsui stopped us.
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
Hold it. I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here.
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
What, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going too.
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。
Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of that phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room.
議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Natsui raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a three-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a three-pronged spear. Then, the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Make sure to do a dance with the candlestick and buff yourself. Yes. All right, now I want just a GIF, however you pronounce it, however you want to pronounce it, with Battler doing the whatever, or the trident dance. Yeah, I'm just imagining it in my head. This amuses me greatly. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room.
Maria! どこにいるんだよ! 返事をしろ!
Maria, where are you? Answer me! I listened closely, but didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。
Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right?
階下に降りてみよう。
Let's try going downstairs.
そうですね。行ってみましょう。みんなは周りに用心して。
That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings.
おい
With Aunt Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, and furthermore, had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now, we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsui nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. Felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
You know, I've been thinking. It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest, like in Kanon-kun's case. But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy.
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength?
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と刺突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks. That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone. Really? I mean, I don't know. I feel like if you're strong enough, that would still be possible.
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように、私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull. I heard Cannon's wound reached as far as his lungs. If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forwards. You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And how could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? Well, first you buff the party. In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsui were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. Oh, what have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one said even a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings, and to the point of being completely high-strung, we stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsui put her hand on on the handle of the doorknob. And George Aniki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
I'll open the door. Aunt Natsuki, Battler-kun, ready your weapons.
わかりました。気をつけて。
Understood. Take care.
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
They might attack as soon as we open it. George Nissan, watch yourself.
じゃあ、行くよ。
Sure. Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Yet Natsui took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps, preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time, we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things had occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
It's open.
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
Thank you. George-kun, Jessica, move behind me.
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよう。扉を開けてボサッとしたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
And Natsui, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions. If we just stand around after opening the door, those ice picks might fly right through the center.
承知しています。いいですか？
I agree. Ready?
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I really wish I could say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand.
行きます。
Go! Aunt Natsui and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with the blood. Let's see, can we see? Oh, okay, so it tells us right away here. Kumasawa was gouged in the leg, and her face is gone. Nanjo's face is gone, gouged in the knee. And Genji gouged in the stomach and the bottom half of his face and neck, and sort of part of his chest. Rip indeed. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. It was because, that's right, this is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed, You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ah. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh. No, his knee? That's right, of course, it's his knee. In the epitaph, the 6th twilight was in the stomach, and on the 7th twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Bachan's calf, I couldn't help masochistically laughing. Ah, that's right. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Ah, now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight. What was it again? Maria was there. Yikes. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to this scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely opened. Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here, trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet, not one of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because, that's right. Even if it's crazy. No, it couldn't be.
Maria! 歌うのをやめろ! 聞いてるのか?
Maria, stop singing. Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Natsui and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still ready, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. I think this song is Golden Slaughter, by the way. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. But yeah, this is a pretty epic song. Or, well, pretty epic music. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria! これはどういうことなんだ? 誰がやった?
Maria, what is this? Who did it? After several minutes of creepy singing, that was getting on my nerves a little bit. Like, oh. Finally, silence. Well, at least from Maria.
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ。
Cut that crap! I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君。マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
Quit it, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three. Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter?
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。19人目はいるんだ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ？何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
Well, in that case, it's certain. There's a 19th person. Beatrice really does exist. Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much? How did they kill these three people? What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way?
知らない。
I don't know.
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
How could you not know? It happened in this room. Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice?
落ち着いてバトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
Calm down, Battler-kun. Maria-chan, talk to me, okay? George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing?
おお、ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time.
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
So, did Beatrice come here? Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then?
おお、みんなで客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
Everyone came into the parlor together and sat down. Genji-san made sure to lock the door.
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
It was locked when we got here. But then, how did Beatrice get into the parlor?
おお、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter. She turned into butterflies and came through a crack in the door.
はあ？冗談も休み休み言いやがる。そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
Huh? Calmly joking at a time like this. Like how that happened. What are you saying?
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
Can't believe it. That's why I didn't want to say. No matter how I say it, you won't believe. But Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her miraculous magic. That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not.
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじい様の書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？
Beatrice talked to us. She said grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force, and she couldn't enter no matter what she did. So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor. Everyone said, no way. Kumasawa-san kept saying, no way, no way. But Beatrice chose. And when she did, Beatrice said I'd be fine. Why do you think?
バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。
It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars. The one Battler used to pray for my safety. The one he put his feelings into. Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me, and me alone.
だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices. After that, Beatrice spoke. You know, that part about Beatrice not being able to go into Kinzo's study has me a little confused. Like, Kinzo wanted to see Beatrice, but if he stayed in the study all the time, he'd never be able to see her, because she wouldn't be able to get in there and come see him. Assuming that all the witchcraft and everything is true. So why? Why would he build a room intentionally that Beatrice can't enter? I mean, unless it was just for the ceremony. But, I mean, there was a lot of time before the ceremony. But he stayed in there, like, all the time. Now, maybe it's that Beatrice can't show herself at all until the ceremony starts, or is about to start. So it wouldn't really have mattered anyway. I don't know. Interesting to think about.
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。
Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know.
さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
Come, sing lots of fun songs for me. You know, whoever voices Beatrice reminds me of Ozen from Made in Abyss. It's just the voice, of course. It sounds very similar. I sort of wonder if they're the same voice actress, but I don't know. It's been a while since I heard Ozen, so I could be remembering wrongly.
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
So I was singing the whole time, over and over. So I didn't hear anything, didn't know anything, and then all of you came.
それを信じろってのか？バカにするんじゃねえぜ！
Are you asking us to believe that? You think we're stupid? A little bit.
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
Then who will you suspect this time? Will you suspect me? Gonna try killing me right here? Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing. Now, the 8th twilight is over, and Beatrice will revive.
ふざけんな！もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ！魔女なんているもんか！煙に巻かれてたまるか！俺は認めねえぞ！ベアトリーチェなんていいね！絶対に俺が認めねえ！だから存在なんかさせねえ！蘇りもさせねえ！伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ！この俺がそんなことを認めねえ！
Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk. As if witches could exist. As if I'd let myself get tricked. I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist. I definitely won't accept it. So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive. The legend will remain a legend forever. I won't acknowledge something like that.
よせよバトラー！マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
Quit it, Battler. It's not like Maria killed them or let them die. Beatrice came, and Maria had to obey. Was unable to resist. Do I believe in Beatrice? Well, I mean... It all depends what the universe is like. If it's a universe with magic or without it. But... So, I mean... Honestly, I could see it going either way. For a lot of these, I have no idea... no idea how anything other than a witch could do this. But then again, I can't, like, examine the place and figure things out myself. Battler seems to, or certainly seems to think there's no magic, and Maria's the opposite. Yeah. I mean, I won't delve into it too much, because I remember a tiny bit of what happens here at the end. But, I mean, yeah. Not sure what Battler's thinking right now. I mean, yeah, because right now there's a lot of stuff that you can't really explain by normal methods. Honestly, if I was in that position, I don't know, I would probably just be frightened into thinking it does exist or something. No, I mean, logically, I don't think witches, I don't think a witch like that exists. So if I put myself in that situation, it's a little weird. But I don't think I don't think my mentality would be able to stick it out like Battler. I would probably just break. 'Cause, I mean, there's so much just unexplainable. it sort of baffles me how they don't believe at this point. Denial mostly. True, true. I guess that's a way of your mind breaking as well. Denial can also be your mind just breaking, because you just don't want this horrible, horrible thing to exist, and you don't want it so much that you convince yourself it's not possible. You're not seeing things correctly, whatever. So I know a little bit of the outcome of episode 1. It's very fuzzy. There's a lot that I don't remember, but I know a little bit of it. But still, that doesn't tell me anything really. So we're gonna need to get... I don't know if I'm gonna know anything... Well, I mean, up through episode 4 is the questions arc. So really... as it says, I probably won't understand anything until we get to the answers arc. What is real? What is not? Perhaps it's an unreliable narrator. I have no idea. Wait, why'd the music stop?
夏日おばさん、おばさんがいない。
Huh? Aunt Natsui. She isn't here.
あれ、
母さん、どこ行ったの？
Mom? Where did she go? Uh-oh.
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
Just now, she left by herself, reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さん、お母さん、
She must have locked them in.
何これ？開けて！開けて！
Mom, what's going on? Open up! Open up! It was only natural. Natsui had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, which had fallen to the floor. He had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. Ah, okay, so she didn't lock them in, she barricaded them in. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears, or not? Natsui's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsui threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後宮家代表、後宮夏日です。姿を見せなさい。黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
I am Ushiromiya Natsuri, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Show yourself, Golden Witch Beatrice. Chad Suhi. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room, everything was blotted out by the jet-black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したなんて私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは問題ではありません。
So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem.
後宮家の代表であると自負する私と後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいる。あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。
Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter.
さあ決着をつけましょう。後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後宮夏日か、あなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
Come, let us settle this. Which of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi, or you, Beatrice? Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. Ah, my eyes. Wonka W. The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger.
せーの
And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it and making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through that gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out once.
Jessica-chan! 一人で先走っちゃいけない!
Jessica-chan, you mustn't run off by yourself.
今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light, arrayed in the beauty of that silence. Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then, then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? Mom!
わけがわからない。どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して、どうして自分の額を撃ち抜いているんだよ。
I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsui run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead?
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。手紙がない。くそ、おばさんは何を読んで、どうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
Maria-chan, Aunt Natsui left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it. What did Aunt Natsui read? And why was she lured out here?
知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。なんなんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。なんで私を置いてくんだよ。
I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsui's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing the light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, trying to calmly figure something out. That might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。
I mean, I'm sort of surprised no one has brought it up. Well, I mean, they probably aren't thinking of anything like that, but I don't think Natsui could shoot herself with that rifle at that angle. I mean, a rifle's pretty long. And to aim it like that, yeah. So witch? Yes. Like, at the very least, even if they didn't think it was a witch, they should think that somebody stole the gun from her and then put it back by her corpse or something. Like, yeah, it'd be very hard to shoot herself with a rifle in the forehead.
これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。おめでとう、おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて、あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。今こそ。
On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. With this, everything is over, Beatrice. Congratulations. Congratulations. So lead me to the Golden Land you told me of. Right now. There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So, in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。14人死んだ。
Stop it. What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on the island. 14 are dead.
残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。夜が明けるまで。いや、台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。
Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor. I'm definitely not gonna die. The flag is getting higher.
生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what.
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。もう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を見てごらん。
Give it up, Battler. Guns are useless against witches. Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter, because it's over. The journey has already ended. See? Look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it will be 12 o'clock at night. In other words, 24 o'clock. When you think about it, isn't 24 o'clock a strange time? Midnight time, yeah. It can be called 24 o'clock, and it can also be called 0 o'clock. It's the hour at the accumulation of the previous day, or at the culmination of the previous day. And at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness, and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Anarchy stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. Space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction, and the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. This is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. Wow, Battler, racist. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Okay, so it is that kind of rifle. The lever action. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。バカだね、人間は。
Didn't I tell you it was meaningless? Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice. Humans are so stupid, aren't they?
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は誰だ。一歩でも動いてみろ。指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. Wonka W. As the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 24 o'clock. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when the time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラー、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ、旅は終わって魔女は蘇ったよ。
Battler, George Nichan and Jessica, the journey has ended, and the witch has revived, see? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Death. Death. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land? They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then, many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves of the pier to a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written in cramped small letters. Written there was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, people will finally learn the truth of mysterious... Dang it, I can't keep up! Instant was later called by many names, witch legend serial lovers we call it. Not one of these interpretations approach the truth. Furthermore, when the notebook fragment does not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to dental records. At that gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from its body, yeah, she's probably dead. Final section of the notebook fragment. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who have read this, please find out the truth. That's my only wish. Ushiromiya Maria. To this very day, the truth that witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. Yeah, epilogue. In the end, everyone died, especially Maria. Holy cow. I can't believe I managed to read as much as I did. Put my mouth on fast forward. Ushiromiya George, after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, it says George, Jessica, and Maria all prostrated themselves. Battler died on the 10th twilight. Yeah. Will the witch invite this man, who denied her existence, to the Golden Land? Which will praise the wise, yada yada. George chose his lost fiancé. Jessica chose the boy she liked and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. But we're not done yet. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features on the title screen. Oh? New features. Tea party. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, the tea party is the epilogue. I remember that. Okay, before I start this, though, I don't know. How long is this tea party? I don't know if I'll be able to get through it all. I sort of want to knock it out in one try. Or in one night here, and it's already like 10:45. Ushiromiya Natsuki died on the 9th twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. Oh yeah, I missed that part. Don't think it's super long. I think the tea party might be about an hour. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that then. Then next week we can start episode 2. But yeah, truly, it was a Chad Suhi. Never forget. Okay. Before I continue, I need to go use the bathroom quick. So I will be right back in like 2 minutes. 2-3 minutes. All right, I am back. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Rakanjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Purgatorio. Tea party. Yay!
おおみんな海猫の鳴く頃にお疲れさん
And instantly we demolish the fourth wall.
やれやれわけがわかんないうちに物語が終わっちまったな
Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko no Naku Koroni. Yeah. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended.
つまりなんだあれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか
So just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending, where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed? Higurashi also does this apparently? Ah, I see. Interesting.
おおきっとバッドエンドおお
Definitely a bad ending. After every episode, the characters get together and discuss what might have happened during the episode. I see. Very lighthearted. Yeah.
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
Well, like, I have a general idea of, or I still have a general idea of what happens in this tea party. So, like, are the tea party things canon? I have no idea. Like, are they in the Golden Land and is this actually happening, or is this totally just a fourth wall break? Not in Higurashi, okay. But not sure about Umineko. That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it.
そうですね。ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
That's right. If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently. By the way, it was interesting there in the ending credits screen or whatever, mini epilogue screen. It said George chose to bring Shannon back. Let's see. Maria wanted the lost love of her mother, and I'm now completely blanking on Jessica's name. There we go, Jessica. Oh right, and I forgot, you can see what happened to them. She was then chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. Lovely. Is that the same for all of them? Oh, I see. I should probably read the part above it. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all of the magic disappeared. Then bit by demons. Chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. Okay. Oh yeah, so Jessica wished for Cannon back. So you don't get all 4 of the options. You have to choose one, apparently. Yeah, Jessica chose the boy she loved, so... Yeah, so both Jessica and George chose the option to reunite the lovers, I guess. Let's see. Okay, so Jessica is that. Let's see. George, where's George? There's George. Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demons chewed him to the bone, and he went to hell. Wow. Dark. Maria, missing. Interesting that that's all it says. And Battler. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she's waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully, even this fool will be able to see you before too long. But yeah, I was speculating before about, like, do they get all 4 things, or do they just have to choose one? Yeah, it's I don't know. The riddle is still weird. Maybe things would have ended differently.
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。ひでえ目にあった者同士、仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。ベロベロベロ。
I wonder about that. Shannon-chan, you did a good job too. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. After all, this is a rap party. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Lick, lick, lick. Battler, why you gotta be like that?
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ、顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。最悪だよな。
Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us hands down, doesn't she? He was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst.
そういうお役目でしたら、仕方ありませんし。
That was my role, so there was no way around it.
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
Nei-san, it's nothing for you to worry about. Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end.
どうもそうみたいだね。なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
Seems so. I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered.
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
The wrong button. Speaking of which, don't you think Cannon's last moments were the coolest? Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right? It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right? No, in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in. As canon.
でもカナン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
Still, I think Canon-kun's death was a big hint. After all, because of that, the existence of the 19th person was made clear.
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
Oh, right. I'm starting to remember. Yeah. I think I'm starting to remember more about what happens here. That's right. At that time, everyone's location was obvious. So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Cannon.
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
I said it was Beatrice from the beginning, over and over.
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
I think important to note is that I think this is canon, and I say that because I'm not entirely sure in it right now, but notice only 6 people have shown themselves. The 4 that were alive at the end. And Jessica chose Cannon. Cannon is here. George chose Shannon. Shannon is here. Now we are missing Maria's mother. Although Maria didn't... I don't know, Maria's was weird. It was something like... yeah, she wanted her mother's missing love or something like that. So... I don't necessarily think that means that her mother is brought back. Yeah, the lost love of her mother. And then poor Natsuki so close to the 10th Twilight. Yeah. Yeah. And let's see. Here it says the system itself is a bit of a hint. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, single fool refused to believe in the witch, all the magic disappeared. Yeah. So... yeah. Okay.
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。
That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do.
おお、エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。
Yeah, they're all talking like the witch being the 19th person is obvious. Battler has yet to respond. Only a witch could do things. Oh, wait, you're not done talking yet.
人間にはできない。
There we go. Only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Eva in that closed room. A human couldn't do it.
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。
Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine.
となれば、その人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice.
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。黄金の魔女にね。
We probably met at the very end. Met with the Golden Witch.
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。 みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists. It all went bad because no one ever believed. Ooh. Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe. She has witch friends. Oh boy.
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
That's right. Beatrice Sama is generous to those who respect her.
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up to the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another.
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning. But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right?
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons.
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら、大勢の生贄が必要だった。その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed. He must simply have been designated to be one of those. What? Oh, canon, yeah.
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end. At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty. Odd thing to wish for, but okay.
痛かったわけじゃないですし。それに、ほら、今はこうして全然平気ですから、へっちゃらです。
Well, it's not like it hurt. Anyway, right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。
Oh.
遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館物なんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure this story would fit into the standard mystery genre. I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's a fantasy. After all, a Western mansion shut away from the outside world on an isolated island, with an inheritance problem on everyone's minds. Sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
ファンタジーじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
It's not fantasy. Beatrice exists.
ええ、分かっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Yes, we understand. Beatrice-sama does exist.
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
That's right. Beatrice-sama does exist.
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice. Because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved.
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。劇中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、今ならはっきり言えるよ。 どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
Many things happened that'd be impossible for humans. During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways. But now, I can say it for sure. Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all the power magic could provide.
犯人は魔女だった。その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
Culprit was a witch. That point perfectly clear. Long live Beatrice. A bit concerned about that laugh.
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。
Everyone believed. I'm so glad.
神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、
Did everyone believe?
信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them, but I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them.
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。
I think you're right.
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、ここで気を取り直してちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか？
So, this murder case game is finally over. Now's the time to pull ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right?
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも喜ぶ。
I agree. Beatrice will definitely be happy.
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね、あの手紙は。
Everyone ignored that letter during the story.
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。
Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it. I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama.
碑文のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
I've got the epitaph written down right here. Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it. Why do they need to solve the epitaph?
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
This story probably went wrong ever since that time.
そうかもしれません。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle right from the beginning, like Beatrice said.
まあすっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。
This is the general atmosphere of the Higurashi tea parties, by the way? Huh. Seems very suspicious.
今からでも再挑戦するってことで魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。ささ、碑文の謎に挑戦してみよう。なになに、懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Well, it's a little late now. Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us. Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph. It was something like, "Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown." Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily.
ちょいと待てよ、お前ら。
Until Battler said something. Hold on a second, you guys. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ、何を思考停止してんだ？なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. Okay, but honestly, like, if this would happen, how would you not think that the witch... yeah, how would you not think that the witch exists? The people are alive again. You're in some totally unknown place. Well, then again, this could just be part of the mansion. Heavy, heavy denial and cynicism. Yeah, but I mean, haven't they been killed? That's the most important part. Haven't they been killed already? Or did they not get killed? Because George said he saw something about himself getting basically destroyed. So it's weird. Like, I know, yeah, Battler wants to deny everything, but there should be a limit, right? I don't know. Oh well, just ignore that and continue on with the story. I shouldn't look too hard into it. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって
Yeah, I guess this is supposed to be the mansion. Or, well, it could be somewhere that looks similar, I don't know.
明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human?
そうだぜ、そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
That's right, that's right. None of these cases would have been possible for a human.
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain?
バトラ様が何を言い出すのか僕にはわかりません。
I don't understand what you're saying, Battler-sama.
お前たちこそ、何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right?
じゃあ、私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、あれは人間が犯人なら、どう再現するというのですか？
Then, what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? I would like somebody to point out how are they alive if the witch doesn't exist. See him answer that one.
そりゃあ、まあ、どうやったらあんなひでえことができるのか、ちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。でも、あそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと、中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。わかんねえけどよ。例えば、電の子とかグラインダーとか、 そんな電動工具でも使ったのかもしれねえじゃないか。
Maybe think of it as an afterlife. I mean, you could, but like I thought Battler denies all of that stuff. I mean, if he could acknowledge that an afterlife exists, I would think that he could acknowledge that a witch exists. I don't know. Oh, right. Well, it's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they used some electrical tools like a grinder or an electric saw.
それは
That's,
じゃあバトラー、じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。
one moment. Okay, I'm back.
扉は封印されていたのに、じい様は忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
Then Battler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room? Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right?
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。じい様が何らかの方法を使えば、レシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。別に魔法を使わなくたって、他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
We talked about that during the story too. It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt. It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and Natsuki locked up the window from the inside. I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic.
それはそうだけどよ。
That makes sense, but
ならバトラ君、僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
in that case, Battler-kun, then how do you explain the way my parents were killed in that guest room? The door was sealed by the lock and the chain. Naturally, the window was sealed too. How do you think a human could have killed my parents?
まあ、確かに。そのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。とにかく、犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出したとか。
Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story. Anyway, there's at least a good chance that the culprit had a key, and it was possible to look in through the cracks of the door that the chain allowed, or the crack of the door. I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. maybe they stuck something through it?
確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。だが、密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。とにかく俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
Well, even though a door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room. Still, there's probably some closed room trick they could have used. If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly. Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough. Can humans revive the dead?
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
Isn't that argument horribly irrational? It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something, even though you can't explain how. Counterpoint. I am using this computer and I don't know how it works. I mean, generally, yes, but I don't know the nitty-gritty. And yet it still works.
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。一見できなさそうに見えても、どうせできるんだよ。それがお約束ってもんだろうが。
Why is that ridiculous? Why did all of you stop thinking? Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. Doesn't it always work like that?
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。できねえだろ？
Adler, you're the one being ridiculous. If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how. You can't, can you?
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら、世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it? With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit.
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。マリアたちは人間にはできない。だから人間じゃない存在が犯人。それが魔女だとそう言っている。なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。
Adler, you're sidestepping the issue, and you aren't explaining anything. We're saying a human couldn't have done it. Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human. And that something is a witch. Yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible, even though you can't explain anything.
まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど、宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよう。
It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages. Like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth. Those who said the earth couldn't be spinning, even though they couldn't explain why.
なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが。つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。人間に可能だと説明できないなら、ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
That kind of argument kind of pisses me off. So this is basically what you're trying to say. If I can't explain how a human could do it, then I must accept that the culprit is a witch? Yeah, I gotta say, that line of reasoning doesn't really fly. I mean, there are so many magic tricks that I don't know how they work, but they can be unraveled so easily. Usually sleight of hand, but...
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。ただバトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
It's not like we're forcing you to go that far. We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense.
世まい事って。なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきから不愉快だぞ。
Nonsense? Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now? Am I the one who's crazy? You guys are really starting to freak me out.
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。にもかかわらず僕は殺されている。
Rattler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist. Can you explain how a human could have done that? At that time, the locations of the 18 were well known. Even so, I was killed.
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。一緒にボイラー室に入って不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。あるいはボイラー室に踏み込むと何かのトラップが発動して例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。
We talked about that in the story as well, right? Umasawa-bachan, for example. He said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise. Or with you and caught you by surprise. Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap. One that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks.
何しろ焼却炉からはじい様の遺体の悪臭だ。必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Canon-kun's death to create an alibi.
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
Talk about a trap in the boiler room. But what kind of trap could that be?
そうだよ。あの後すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room. But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we?
さようです。バトラ様。どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
That is correct. Rattler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with?
いや、それはわからねえ。でもとにかく何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは誰かが嘘をついて。こうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれはカノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自演だ。エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り死んだふりをした。
Well, I don't know that. But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap. Or maybe someone's lying. Or what about this? Canon-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting? That's it, you were play acting. Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting. They made the closed room themselves and were only pretending to be dead. Bruh, you're losing it. You've lost it. It has gone into space. You can no longer reach it.
バトラー、お前、さっきから頭、大丈夫か？
Pops in towards the end of the stream. Do Christmas, hope you had a good one. I do Christmas. I said doo-doo. yeah, I had a good Christmas. I hope your Christmas or whatever you do went well as well. Yeah, we're at the tea party here. Battler is trying his hardest to deny everything, and pretty sure he's crazy. Oops.
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
Not sure if I read that. Battler, has your head been feeling okay? And Shannon, should I bring some cold drinks?
そこまで荒れみの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろう。俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right? I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick. Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead? I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say they'd be playing dead, but I could definitely see maybe, well, yeah, I could maybe see someone like making an elaborate dead body and replacing themselves with it. But I don't think anybody could have been play acting dead.
お約束って？
Classic trick.
つまりだ。カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして、熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。でも、それは生存者だけの話だ。もし、死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり、姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、全ては説明できる。
In other words, when Cannon was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were. And let's assume that Kumasawa Bashan wasn't lying. But that's only counting the survivors. What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so he'd lose track of them, then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained.
つまり、エヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？でも、おばさんたちの死亡については、南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
Huh? So, are you trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the others was a culprit? But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all of their deaths as a doctor?
そうです。南條先生は、すべての犠牲者について確認しています。もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all of the victims. Adler-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too?
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で、嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ、話は変わってくるぜ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
Poor Battler, he literally just had to live through all these events, and now he's being told either solve the mystery right now or magic did it. Yeah. Yeah, they're being a little too pushy about magic did it. Although he's coming up with some really way out there ideas himself. But yeah, solving the mystery right now or magic did it is a weird thing for them to push. Check characters if you haven't. All the kids have death messages now. Yeah, I did see those. Wait, what just happened? Oh, okay, move forward. Let's read this first. Yeah, that's right. Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. See? That's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it? Yeah, I was saying about... I wonder if the Tea Party is canon. Like... Yeah. All of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. So I'm thinking this hasn't actually happened yet, and they're going to fail to convince Battler, and then everything's going to fail and death. What's Natsuhi's message, by the way? Oh, right, I forgot to check Natsuhi. Tea Party isn't canon. Canon is standing right there. Get out. Okay, Ushiromi and Natsuhi found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. Oof. Rip. Just noticed there's a blood splotch on her arm. I guess that could be explained with, like, if she was holding her arm up with the gun and then the bullet splattered onto her arm, or the blood splattered onto her arm. Yeah. But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right?
それはあったな。そうさ、南條先生は偽装師なんだ。何しろ、南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんて、のんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら、死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
About that. That's right. Dr. Nanjo faked his death. After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have... Excuse me. With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around. Yeah, Battler's kind of going nuts with this series because he can't confirm or deny any of them. All he can do is bounce stuff off the others. All the others are in on the witch. Yeah. Like, I mean, Battler has some good points. Although he is going a little crazy with his theories. But so, considering if this is canon, and this is, like, after the end of the story, and people have been brought back and whatnot, I wonder if they're sort of mind-controlled. Or maybe not mind-controlled, but just sort of I don't know, for lack of a better word, programmed to believe in the witch. I mean, assume she brought Cannon and Shannon back. When she brought them back, she could have, like, instilled the idea that, hey, yes, witch real. I don't know. Oh, remind you, do I have Higurashi context? I do not. Otavio was telling me a little, like, Higurashi has a similar tea party. Although they said the Higurashi tea parties aren't canon. But I feel like this is canon. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Did I read this? Yeah.
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
I think it would have been hard for the 6 of us who died in the beginning to do that. After all, the shutter was closed, and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. Alright, like, Shannon and Cannon could be instilled with the ideas that witch is definitely real. And then it could be that the other 3, or not siblings, cousins, are just so high on copium that they're like, yes, the witch is real. Stop denying it. Because if the witch isn't real, then the people that I want brought back aren't going to be brought back. Or, I don't know, something like that. With Higurashi context, this is such a surprise once it goes all tense. In Higurashi, the cast review scenes are just fun chats where the characters have a friendly debate over the mysteries. Ah, okay. I see. Yeah, that makes me think even more that this is canon. Yeah, which came first? I mean, Umineko came out in like 2007, but I'm not sure what all it had. I don't know when the tea parties were put in, whether it was along with the original or if they were added later. I mean, here's the thing, right? They've all been revived in purgatory. How can magic not be real? Yeah, exactly. Like, I was saying that earlier. Right, I should say that Battler's had some good points, but definitely, yes. Like, if they're all revived, then there's gotta be magic. Because they... yeah. Although, one way to possibly deny that would be, like, we've only seen these 6 people so far. Shannon and Cannon could have had some kind of body double, which I'm surprised no one has brought up the topic of body doubles. Or rather, I'm surprised Battler hasn't said anything about body doubles. He just said maybe they were playing dead, which is totally different. So if Shannon and Cannon were in on it, that would be the... or rather, and if all the other ones had not died yet, because I'm not sure if they died already. It didn't really show their death at the end. Although there was the ending credits type scene where it's like everybody died and there was an investigation. And, yeah. Higurashi first, then Umineko. Okay. Umineko tea parties were released with their episodes. Okay. That makes sense then. Guess he's more considering there's no 19th person. Yeah. I mean, he wouldn't have to consider that there's a 19th person if, like I said, he could mention that maybe the bodies were replaced with not actual human bodies. Or it could just be very similar humans that died. Well, in Shannon's case, if she was in on it, only half her face was destroyed, so it'd either have to be a really close match to Shannon or just some kind of like doll or something. The argument is that he's putting forward as humans did the murder, but he is going a bit too far by saying magic can't exist. Given this, yeah. Okay. People verified all the bodies, though. Pretty sure. Yeah, Nanjo verified them. Although, I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It'd have to be a very elaborate doll or something like that to fool Nanjo, I guess. But also, like I said, could have been a body prepared beforehand, like an actual human body that just looked extremely similar, but I sort of doubt that. All I'm saying is that it could be possible. Good theory if you don't believe Beatrice. Honestly, I would lean towards magic being real. As this stuff is all very... it would have to be extremely elaborate. Otherwise. Or Nanjo accomplice like Battler suggested. True, true. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could be. As if he verified the bodies, even if they were like a really elaborate doll, and then like his body could have been a replacement as well. But yeah, I would probably lean towards magic. Oh no, there's just... Battler is an expert at denial.
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
That's right. Mom was holding onto that key. So was Mom one of the culprits too? Wait, what? What? Oh. Is she saying that Natsuhi would have had to open up the door later or something? So she'd be one of the culprits? I'm a little confused there.
いやいや。最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ？なら内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。
Wait a sec. Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in the case of Anaki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside, so they could have opened it from the inside. That's right, after we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. Oh, he's saying about the fake death or something?
苦しいか？
Is that too much of a stretch? Yeah, a little bit.
あるいは南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな。
Or maybe Dr. Nanjo made a mistake when examining the corpses.
ほら自分でも言ってたぜ。検視は誤診率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。
Look, he said it himself, right? He said there's a very high probability of making a mistake when examining corpses. If you disguised it well enough or prepared a substitute body, you could fake your own death. Thank you! Thank you for finally mentioning that it could be a substitute. Like, he kept insisting that maybe it's, or that it had to be, like, them play acting or playing dead. But yes, substitute body is an option. Thank you for remembering this could be an option. I've been saying it for so long. Adler grasping at straws, true. He is a very interesting person. Although, I guess Beatrice says the same. Almost as though she's waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one.
方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。ましてや魔女？それだけは断じてありえない。
Let's leave the method or trick they used for later. And you see, it's not that hard to deny a 19th person existed, right? Much less a witch, right? At least that much is completely impossible. Battler just sucking on that copium so hard. He's got a truckload of copium there.
バトラがさっきからなんで堅くなにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
So many memes of Battler denying magic. I should look at these. Well, then again, I don't know if I want to look up memes too hard. I might find spoilers. I don't know why you've been trying so stubbornly to say that one of us is the culprit. In other words, you want to suspect one of your relatives?
そういうわけじゃねえ。ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしてもそれは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって、それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。
Okay. Excellent. I always welcome more people to the Discord. Memes especially. That's not it. It's just, I can't accept that a 19th person existed. And even if one did, I think we should construct our argument from the point of view that the culprit was a human. I'll only accept that it's a witch in desperation, at the very end, after everything else has been disproved.
魔女なんているわけないだろ。
You know what, I just realized I never updated the Discord schedule for this week. I mean, it's pretty much the same as last week, but...
なんでさっきからみんなは魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ。そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でもそれでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。
There's no way witches exist, right? Why has everyone been casually accepting that the culprit was a witch? I think it's great how your family love makes you hate the thought of the thought that someone close to you is a murderer. But is it okay to let that fool you? Don't you want to find the detestable culprit who killed so many people?
兄貴だって両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。ジェシカだってカノン君の仇を、そしてカノン君だってシャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。なんでこうパーンと全面降伏して魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。お前らさっきから何なんだ。
Aniki, don't you want to avenge your parents? Jessica, don't you want to avenge Cannon-kun? And Cannon-kun, don't you want to avenge Shannon-chan? Shannon-chan, you want to at least know who it was that killed you. Why has everyone totally surrendered and decided that the culprit was a witch? What's wrong with all of you? The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. Hold up. Usually Battler is the narrator. This doesn't sound like Battler. However, everyone just looked at him pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake.
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。
Out the best two there. No spoilers. Okay. What? Battler's like George avenge his parents more than his fiance, but Jessica obviously cares about crush he never confessed to more about than her mom or dad. Yeah. Okay, so let's check out these memes. Hold on, I'll bring them up here. Oh, I already saw a bit of the one. Here we go. Where display capture? There we go. No possible way for Santa to enter house. We check every possible entry point and lock it. He still delivers presents. That's beautiful. Okay, what's this one? Beatrice believer, mental gymnastics. Beatrice kills everyone on the island, takes us to the Golden Land with her magic. Maria's just walking. Beatrice denier mental gymnastics. Is unknown person X on the island. It's impossible to find a hidden door, and therefore impossible to disprove that it exists. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a closed room. One of the 6 people was the culprit, and this person killed the other 5, then pretended to be dead. Food they had were given small bombs in it, which exploded from their stomachs. Oh my goodness. Amazing. So true, but... Oh my. Oh, Battler. Oh, Battler. Thank you for showing me those memes. I love them. Yes.
だからそれで人間にどうやって具体的にはそう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとか何かの仕掛けでとか抽象的な言葉で逃げたりお茶を濁したり。
I'm shocked. All I see is you repeating this nonsense, thinking you've figured something out, Battler. So, what's next? How would a human do it? In practical terms, I mean. I imagine you'll say, I just can't think of anything right now. Or, with some kind of device. Using abstract words to run away and evade the topic. There's more of it's probably best to be safer when considering anything that might be considered spoilers. Fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for taking the care to avoid spoilers. I think I especially love that the Santa one. Santa can't exist, still get presents anyway. Oh no, it's Mystery Device X that did it. I mean, at least for the locked door, or not the locked door, but the door chain in Ava and Hideyoshi's room. I feel like if you know how the lock works, you might be able to make some device that could like slip it through the door and grab the chain end with it and then pull it out. And then you can use that to put it back as well. I don't think that would be necessarily impossible. It's just normally you wouldn't be able to do that because if someone was at the door and they saw you do it, they wouldn't just let you do that. It seemed like Ava might have been asleep on the bed or something, like taking a nap while Hideyoshi was in the shower. And also the TV was on. But yeah, could you do that without Ava noticing and slamming the door on you, though? But yeah, like I was just saying, it seemed like Ava might have been asleep, or she might have been totally focused on the television, and the television might have been making enough noise. I don't know. It depends how the door opens. Usually the door would have like a click or something. It'd be sort of hard not to notice that. I don't know. But it is possible, possibly. Maybe. Oh no, I'm feeling like Battler now. Am I reaching a little too hard?
むしろ知りたいよ、バトラー。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのに、どうして？
What I really want to know, Battler, is this. Why don't you believe in Beatrice? She exists, so why don't you believe?
いねえからだよ。魔女なんか、いねえ。いるわけがねえ。
Because she doesn't exist. Witches don't exist. There's no way. He's almost like a spoiled child who doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ。
You realize that you're just acting like a spoiled brat throwing a tantrum, right?
バトラー様、お気持ちはわかりますが。
Battler-sama, I understand your feelings, but...
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
Beatrice does exist. As you noticed, who the hell is narrating this? Who indeed?
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
I think anyone watching would probably... I think I know, and I think anyone watching would probably have figured it out, but I won't say just yet. Nathan-kun, why don't you believe? Even though there's so much proof.
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて。俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。
I'd say we all want your theories. Oh, fair enough. Okay. I think that I think the narrator is Beatrice. No, I mean, that's... I think that's the best explanation. After all, especially some of the ways that it was worded, and just thinking who it possibly might have been out of, we'll count Beatrice as the 19th. Out of all 19 people, the only person that makes sense is Beatrice.
Hmm. どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか?
Because there's always somebody narrating it. Like, before, it has always been Battler narrating. Well, maybe not always. I guess there are a few times other people sort of narrated, or whatever. But it's always been from a certain person's point of view.
違うだろ!
It's been Battler or third person limited most of the time, yeah.
魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。そうだろ?
I don't accept the argument that the witch must have been behind everything just because I can't explain it. Does this mean that if you don't know how a light bulb shines, then magic is the cause? That's wrong, isn't it? There's nothing that can't be explained without magic. All this about witches and magic is just abdication of thought. You just surrendered and gave up because you don't understand what happened. Isn't that right? Did the narration refer to Battler as Battler or I before? I definitely remember there were a few instances, I'm not sure exactly when, but yeah, there were a few times when the narrator said I, speaking as Battler. Or rather, thinking as Battler. I don't necessarily remember any third person from Battler, but it might have happened. Oh. Are you saying about narration referred to? Yeah, just a few minutes ago here, we got to a point where it said about the foolish Battler, yeah. But during the main episode, I don't think there was any third person. I could be wrong, but I don't remember seeing any. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely been a few points where it said I, and it hasn't always been Battler. Like, I think there was a point there near the end where Natsuhi was sort of narrating. I'm not sure. I forget. But yeah, especially just the way that the narrator was speaking here in the last few minutes. Very sus.
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だからバトラのその猛邁な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ奇跡が魔法が完成しないんだよ。
Right. Well, unsurprisingly, it looks like you alone won't believe no matter what, Battler. If even a single person doesn't believe, the miracle won't occur. So, if you don't rethink your ignorant theories, the miracle, the magic won't be completed. Yeah. So this should be canon. And yeah, they're like in a limbo at the moment. Wait a minute. Has the area outside the window always been gray? I thought that was brighter before. Huh. He is so much better than the... Ooh. True. Definitely true. Thinking of the first Twilight, which is when you remember this, swap between Battler internal point of view and third person, following either the kids or the adults a lot. Ah, okay. I did not remember that.
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ。全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。そういうこったろ。あいにくだな。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。お断りだ。お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
But I refuse. Now I see. I finally figured it out. So in other words, you guys are trying to force me to say that the witch exists, right? A lie that everyone accepts becomes the truth. Is that what this is all about? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I keep going on about this, but what you're doing is all useless. I refuse. You guys are all pressing me, and that's why it's all useless. Dameda. Zenzen dameda.
どうして？
Why?
悪いが、最後の最後で、もう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。
Oh my goodness. Here we go. Spin!
魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは、人間にはできないから魔女なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。
Last time, Battler, are you sure? Sorry, but why don't you let me spin the chessboard around one last time? If you want to force me to accept that there's a witch, there's a really easy way. And it's not the indirect way of saying it must be a witch because humans couldn't have done it. All you have to do is show me a witch doing it with magic.
さらにだ。さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きないってな。
Furthermore, what Maria said earlier is what'll really dig her grave. You said that if even one person doesn't believe, a miracle won't occur.
真の奇跡は誰が信じようと信じまいと勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。だからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法もそして魔女も嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
But real miracles happen whether people believe in them or not. Even if I alone don't believe. So any miracles or magic or witches that exist only because I believe in them are downright lies. Heather wants to see a witch doing it. What kind of magic are you hoping for there? Get your mind out of the gutter. The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, he noticed they had suddenly gone respectfully silent.
よい。
that wave.
久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたものよ。
How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time.
お前誰だ？
Who are you?
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。よいよい。
Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to? How amusing indeed.
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様にあらせられます。
This is Beatrice Summer, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. I heard a noise. There we go, Beatrice. The golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans, and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans, to offer her power in exchange for a price. She likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence.
ご機嫌うるわしゅう、ベアトリッチェ様。
It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice Sama. Who are you is the first words he says to her. Yeah, I wonder, who are you supposed to be? It's not like there's giant portraits about you, or that this whole shenanigans was based upon you. Yeah, where's Kinzo to scream, Beatrice! Also has the world's biggest dress. This is true. That is a massive dress. Wait a minute. Is that... Okay, at first I thought that might be her feet. I was like, how long are her legs? Whoops. There we go. But yeah, that's just the chair legs and maybe the table leg behind them. Then again, the dress isn't on the floor, so yeah. How long are her legs? I think they're a bit long there, unless she's wearing stilts. Because compared to her upper half, let's say her waist is around here. Her legs are more than half the height of her entire body. Nani? I don't think legs are supposed to be that long. Like I said, the dress does not appear to be scraping the floor. Then again, she could be hovering. She is a witch after all. Oh yeah, the image was taken with her floating so the dress doesn't crumple. Is she the only one like this? That is a good point. Yoda seems normal. Canon seems normal-ish. Shannon, yeah. Usawa, yeah. Rosa seems to have slightly long legs. But not absurdly long necessarily. I don't know. That's close. I don't know. How about Kyrie? Kyrie... I'd say she's about the same as Rosa. Well... I don't know. Well, Kyrie also has a larger, or rather a taller upper body as well. It's about proportions. Like, Rosa, the body proportion seems a little strange, but it might just barely be within acceptable range. I'm not sure. I'm no expert, but I know there are supposed to be proportions to the body. When Kinzo made his contract with the witch, he also threw in long legs for some of his descendants. Here, let's check out Ava. Ava seems about normal proportions, I guess. It was just sort of Rosa. Well, I guess Jessica's legs are a bit long. I don't know. Natsui isn't part of the family bloodline, but her legs are long. Because I see the tip of a shoe there. That is her shoe. So her legs must be pretty long. Have I seen the original sprites? I didn't look very closely, but I have seen them. They're just... Yeah, so amateurish and squishy. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's... aren't these the original sprites? The ones from the memes? Yeah, these are the original sprites. Yeah. I mean, they're better than what I could make, probably. But yeah, they just look so derpy. This is why Kinzo was saying Natsuki would have made a good family member with the long leg trait. Oh my goodness. Oh my, we've gone so far off topic. We've gone from does Beatrice exist to wow, look at these people with long legs. I don't think this is right. Wait a minute, maybe that's how we disprove that Beatrice exists. Because her proportions can't be natural. It's all coming together now. Oh my. Please forgive Bather-kun's ranting.
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
This guy's just stubborn, and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. The legs of the heart of Umineko. Wait, no, I'm mixing up. This is why he failed anatomy. Oh my.
Yoi, yoi.
Yoi, yoi.
1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽きる。そなたのような気骨ある男も時には良い。
What a treat this is. Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years. How nice it is to meet a man with backbone such as yourself every once in a while.
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ、バトラー。
It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler.
こりゃたまげたぜ。そこまでして俺に魔女が19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ。ますますに気に入った。だから全然ダメだぜ。お前はマリアたちが主張する 魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。
How astonishing. Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch, that a 19th person is the culprit? This is starting to get interesting, and it's all useless. You must be the illusion that Maria and the others called the witch, Beatrice. Fringe fail immortal, can't even keep herself entertained for 1 millennium. Man, but I would hate to be immortal. Like, at least in the frame of mind as a human, or a human-like being. Immortality would just be terrible. I mean, it'd be great for maybe the first 100 years, or first few hundred years, maybe. But eventually, you just get, like Beatrice said, tired of living. Hate to be irrevocably immortal. Love to live as long as you didn't want to stop. That's a good point. That wouldn't be terrible. But man, near the end, like, just think, if you could choose how long you want to live, there'd still be one bad part to it. Like, at the end, whenever you choose to stop existing, you would have endured complete boredom still, and then just yeah, I don't know, because to make yourself want to end your existence, you'd have to be completely bored at that point, and then like you would have to have lived through generations of people dying, so you'd still have that weighing on you, and I mean, you still get some pretty bad parts about that, so even though it's not necessarily nice to die like a normal lifespan, even though you might want to live on, it's still, I don't know if I'd say it's still better that way, because that way you don't get or that way you don't have to exist through all the terrible stuff that comes with living for a long time, or rather I'd say it's almost a mercy that you don't get to decide how long you want to live. I don't know. If you actually became immortal, your first thought would be, how do I give this to other people? Like I said, it'd be great for a while, but then eventually, like, even if you could choose to end your existence or transfer it to somebody else, in the end, as long as it's up to you to make that decision, you'd still have to deal with all the bad stuff that comes with it. Because it's not like you just suddenly decide, well, yep, gonna call it here. It's been a good life. No, to get to that point, you'd still have to go through so many terrible things. Normal lifespan has a huge amount of bad stuff in it, though. True. But I don't know. I'd say that probably, well, maybe. I don't know. It's not like I've ever experienced it, but I'd say that most people are probably not that despairing at the end of their life. I mean, definitely sad that they have to leave. And leave all the people behind and everybody gets sad and everything, but just the amount of baggage that you'd have to accumulate over hundreds and hundreds of years, I think would far outstrip the amount of baggage that anyone has at the end of a normal life. We're having another weird conversation here. Oh my. Man, I'm being all doom and gloom. I blame the music. Oh my.
そして全員がその存在を信じることでようやく存在を許される。そういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。俺だけが信じないから存在できない。そうなんだろう。
And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it. You have that kind of a half existence, right? That's why you want to make me believe too. You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you. Isn't that right? You can't exist, he says to the person in front of him, yeah. Well, I mean, he pretty much acknowledges that she exists. Because, I mean, he says, you have that kind of a half existence, right? So really, he is believing that she exists. Because if she has any kind of existence, then she has to exist. Even if it's a half existence.
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪くない。なるほど。どうやらそなたは生まれながらにして魔力に強い抵抗力を持つらしいな。我ら魔女の天敵をどう逆さに振るってみせようとも決して我らを信じない。だから魔法が及ばない。お前のその態度にも納得がいこうというものよ。
Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic. Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power. You're a natural enemy of us witches. No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us. Therefore, the magic won't succeed. I accept that attitude of yours. Valor's hiding in semantics. He exists, but also magic isn't real, but also magic is the only real thing. Oh, yeah. The mental gymnastics are real. Man, Battler should go to the Olympics with these mental gymnastics. The judges will give him all 10s. He'll get a gold medal. He'll beat the actual gymnasts.
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ。わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ。
I've got no clue what you're saying. It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest.
確かにこの2日間、妙なことは何度か起こった。さっきマリアに言われた通り、俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが、ここに具体的にはまだ挙げられてねえ。だからといって屈するわけじゃない。
It's true that many strange things have happened during those 2 days. Like Marina said earlier, even though I think all the tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one. However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender. Tyler really needs to start adding on the island to I don't believe you exist. Yeah. Oh, about 1 hour before I retract that. Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's like 12:40 now. I should have ended way long ago. I think we said that about... Well, I think I started this part at like 10:50. Around 10:45-ish. It said it takes about an hour. It's almost been 2 hours! How close are we? Are we really close to the end of this? Or is there gonna be a while longer? Oh, you know, part of this is because we've been having these discussions. Looked at YouTube, it was 45 minutes. It's 1 hour if you just read it and know the narration aloud. Think very near the end? Okay. Okay. Let's try and get the rest of this done then. Probably. Wait, no? No, we are not? Oh, okay. 10 minutes of those. Oh. Let's see. How long can I stretch out those 10 minutes? I'll try and find a stopping point here in the next like 5 minutes or so.
俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。
Like if we start going into some dialogue that I can tell. Check how much those 45 we've been through. Okay.
説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ。
I'm different from the rest of them. Got it? I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it.
ますますに気に入ったぞ。お前は屈服させがいがある。お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。お前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ。
This keeps getting more amusing. Making you surrender will be worth my while. You are just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name. I'd love to try to making a man like you kiss my toes. Evil laughter. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna text archive, good bit to go, 48, and this is half, so current pace about 2 hours left. Is it? I said you had your vine in the gutter? Beatrice has you beat hands down. Yeah, that is a bit kinky. Okay, so yeah, I'll try and find a stopping point here.
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ。俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。
Actually, maybe this would be good. Just to leave it right here. If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. I mean, that's a pretty good explanation of where we are right now. Oh, like 3 more lines? Okay. There's a scene change very soon. Okay. Okay. Be a background transition? Okay.
すべての出来事を人間とトリックで説明してやる。そこには一遍たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はねえ。
If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want. I deny you exist. All of the events can be explained with human tricks. There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches.
よい。それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。ならば聞こう。お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったな。人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか説明するがいい。
Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom. But let me ask you, a short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Ava and Hideyoshi, right? Explain how they could have been killed using some human trick.
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな。ってことは、このトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ？真犯人さんよ。
Huh. Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you? Does that mean that this is the trick you're proudest of, Miss Real Culprit? Oh, okay, here's the scene change. The shake of her golden pipe. Gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out at the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Way too dank. Okay, so we have changed scene. Maybe I should have stopped at the white screen. Okay, I'll save here. Yeah, I guess that's a pretty decent part to come back. Door in front of them slightly open but secured by the chain, so it tells us exactly where we are. Can stop here? Okay. Oh. Next time I can start episode 2. Yep. And then I will be in the absolutely no idea zone. Like I said, I've only gone through chapter 1 or episode 1, whatever. So everything beyond that is unknown to me. Oh. That was a trip. So much fun that we meet Beatrice in the post-credits scene. It is, yeah. I always thought that was a neat way to do that. Episode MVP, Natsuhi. Chad Suhi. And start episode 2 if we don't go on more tangents. Oh yeah. I guarantee nothing. Oh my. The tea party. Yeah. quite an interesting tea party we've had. So, okay, I'm gonna end it here then. A lot of fun to revisit the game after so long. Yeah. It's a good story. A lot of dialogue, but good story. But anyway, let's see. Tomorrow, yeah, Tuesdays, Thursdays is Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. Friday's Lobotomy Corporation. Sunday's always at noon. Different time, so noon Eastern time. And that's free-to-play games. I don't know what we'll be playing next week. I have to fix the schedule in Discord to show the right dates. It's pretty much the same schedule this week. But yeah. So if there's anybody new here and still hanging around, we have some links below the channel you can check out, or feel free to check out. We have links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter, or you can enter in chat, ! Discord, YouTube, or Twitter. Get links to those. Back tomorrow with Dragon's Dogma. Until then, thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the story. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. I'll see you around. Bye bye.